All right, we are live on the YouTube. All right, so API key management, right? Being able to create them. We need to track some stuff. What is the subscriber icon? It's this glass, but with Coca-Cola instead of lemonade. Right? And as the time goes on, it empties out a bit and it starts to tip. Hold on, we got anyone out there with a longer sub? We got people with like the one, like you've had a whole one. That's like for the full year. Do we got anyone at like a couple months? I don't see anyone out there. I know someone's probably out there, but yeah, just curious. All right, so what I want to do real quick is I want to go look at Unkey. We're going to go create an account. Wait, what are they hiring for, actually, too? They could be a cool company. Not for me. Because I doubt they're hiring a dev advocate because one of their founders is a content creator. All right. So yeah, if you're a Go dev, I say check out Unkey. Do they list the salary or any of that? Why we may not be a good fit if you prefer well-defined structure and processes. If you're looking for extensive oversight. If you want to focus solely on coding. You have a big ego. Not comfortable with rapid change and prefer to wait for perfect information before making decisions. Recommended 4 weeks a year. Yeah, I don't take enough vacation days. I just don't do it. That's on me. But okay, we'll go log in with GitHub for now. Not a big fan of the fact that this is like a person rather than an organization that I'm authorizing. I've seen a bunch of people do that. I just think it's not a good look. This is an interestingly designed page. Why wouldn't you put those side by side? Right? Like, they don't need to be that wide. They need work on the front end, not just the back end. So we'll create an API. We'll call it foo, just for now. We'll create a root key. I don't mind showing this part, even if they show it. I do like that they prefix it. That's kind of cool. Cannot be recovered. I find that interesting. Which means there's no way to even reset it? All right, so that's a regular key. Sure. Right. Ooh, interesting that they show the key. Yeah, like quick user feedback is I would have them make sure that that's something you have to actually show. Rate limiting. Expiration. Ooh, I like that. I think the metadata is a weird one. Right? You can give it a name. So this is the key's ID, but it's not the key itself. Right? The key itself is... All right, so let's just double check. It's LACV. Oh, maybe that is the key itself. It is. Interesting. Right, an audit log. Yep, very important. I like the way they do the prefixing. What is the difference between logs and audit log? Audit log is actions that you take within this UI. Logs are usage logs. Hmm. I don't think I necessarily need that. But a last use date, I think, is useful. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. So I think the abstraction for APIs makes sense. What about auth? Well, they should definitely have a prompt. I should have a prompt to redirect you to the permissions section. Yeah. They're still a new company, though, so keep that in mind. But yeah, I would say there's definitely some like UX concerns. Right? No way to connect a role from this page. I'd say this upper section is super weird as well. Like, why do we need to see the perm part there twice? That part's a bit weird. Yeah, a little bit. But then, yeah, then we can add permissions. And I'm thinking for my permissions, we're still going to just stick with admin, write, and read. That should be enough. So yeah, our API keys are going to end up having the same permissions as users. And eventually, as we make one more fine-grained, we'd make the other fine-grained too. Make it to where certain users can only create certain things maybe, or update certain things, or blah, blah, blah. I think if we stick with the simple version of those permissions for now, though, we're good. So then, yeah, if we look at like their settings, this is like business BS. You can create a new root key. Ah, okay, okay. All right. Yeah, we don't care about a workspace. $2.5K verifications included. What's their pricing? Oh, they've got some major issues with their toasts. I didn't even notice that. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, they need like a developer advocate who's getting in there and making content and catching some of these bugs for them every day. A million API keys. I think it makes sense. No way to hide these. Yeah, they got some major UX concerns. Oh, it did finally go away. Those two will be there forever, though. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, I could just remove it, and we'd be good, right? So yeah, pretty much always toasts need to be closable, which I need to now verify in my app. What they're actually doing wrong is they're associating state to the toast. Right? The adding permission state, I don't know if that's actually valuable. I think I'd rather just, like, if I was on the permission page still for creating a permission, I'd rather just see a spinner while it's creating it. And if it works, do a toast and redirect or something. If it fails, well then yeah, probably don't send me anywhere. So yeah, rate limiting is not something we care about here. You still want to show something that the form is being submitted, but I think a toast is the wrong way to do that, for sure. Right? Like, the button where you click submit should show a little spinner, which I bet it did. At which point, like, why is the toast necessary? Right? It's lemonade there, Proton. Good lemonade. So yeah, I think it was definitely worth it just to get a feel for like what Unkey does, what its goals are. I think they're going to be really in a good place once they implement their when they call it workspaces instead of account. All right. Once they get there, where is it? It's like down here. I don't like the stuff that fades in, but yeah, being able to monetize your API. This part isn't there yet. Like, they just don't have that yet. But they should, because I think this is actually a major win. There are other companies that do it, though, right? Like, what is it, RunScope? API performance monitoring, and then I think they also tackle the monetization aspect. There's like a few companies that tackle like the monetizing your API aspect. But yeah, I think Unkey is like a really good idea. There are other apps that are similar that I don't think are actually competitors. But if Keygen were to be bigger, like Keygen would be a really good choice for consuming, like, you know, acquiring Unkey or vice versa. Right? Because this is more about like a license that you pay for to get rather than being like an API key. But they get kind of fuzzy at some point. But think more like, you know, if you were to purchase Affinity Photo, right? That's a license key approach rather than API key approach. Yeah, I hate that font. Oh, that font's terrible. You can't even select this text. You can't select any text on the page. What the fuck? What? Okay, you can select code, but you can't select any of their copy. Why? Why would you disable that? What do you gain from disabling an affordance like that? I really hate this font, though. Oh, I hate it so much. Menu in the top right? Menu in the top right makes sense for mobile, since most people are right-handed. Now, menu in the top right makes sense. Right? How do you close it? Yeah, on mobile, the close button should just be up here in the corner. Still, like where the other button was. Design is hard. Right? Design is hard. They don't have any open positions. Oh, I can select that text, though, and that text. So why couldn't I select any of this text? Is there some, like, overlay? It's the way they're hiding their CTA? No. No, that's not it. I don't know what it is. Yeah. Why would you ever disable selecting text? Nah, I don't know. Not a problem we got to solve. What is my favorite API type? I'm not sure what question you're asking there, Proton. Are you talking about like REST versus SOAP versus GraphQL or something like that? All right, yeah, tokens expired. Okay, so API key management is going to live on this page. What order should they go in? Right, branding probably first. So then it's just down to what should be after branding, API keys or user management. API key. There's no good way of like showing the user, right? I mean, there is probably a good way. We're not doing it yet, of showing the user what all is on this page. So it leaves you to like scroll to find it. So some submenu stuff on the left would make sense, or like a table of contents. I don't think like a sticky right section makes sense. Like almost just doing the sections as a submenu where it makes sense could be worth it. It's just weird because like overview, accounts, quotas, and balances don't have those subsections, which makes it a little weirder. But what if I broke out settings into another cluster? Right, so we got like the four main sections up top, and then we break it out into a settings subcluster. Within settings, there would be business settings, user settings, and then user management and API key management could be separate pages. I don't think we need to do that for now, right? MVP, we can just jam it all onto one page. All right, so I'd say let's hack out one of these sections real quick. Right? Or not one of these sections, but let's hack out the empty state for API key management. All right, so what does an example look like? I like the way that unkey does the prefix, right? All right, so then you got Waltr dev, Waltr prod. Call it good? And yeah, so sandboxer prod would be in separate UI sections, right? But basically just the same in the database. Okay. Let's do some of this. So yeah, API key, log, API key. Yeah, and that is now just totally wrong. Ooh, and you know what? My new CPU got delivered a day early. I just didn't have time to go grab it before stream and like a meeting earlier. And yeah, the PO box closes at 6, so I'll have to pick it up tomorrow morning. Which I don't think I have much in the way of meetings. Nope. So yeah, basically first thing in the morning, I can go pick up the API key, or not the API key, the CPU. And see about getting that installed. Who here has ever done like a CPU upgrade on a PC? Do you need to reinstall Windows? I've looked it up, and I've seen people say you shouldn't need to reinstall Windows, but I may need to like keep my serial or license key around or something. So I'll have to like figure out where to find that on my gaming PC, screenshot it, and then call it good. Got enough thermal paste. But yeah, I've never actually upgraded a CPU without like basically just building a whole new machine. I think I did it once. I think I did it once back in the day on like a Windows 7 machine. And I feel like I did have to reinstall Windows. But I think nowadays we should be good. A Turing Pi 2? Okay. Like creator ID. That'll be a user ID thing. Yeah, motherboard. I think technically they do like a fingerprint, and if enough of the fingerprint changes, then you got to do it. So I think swap like changing up the RAM and the GPU and the CPU at the same time would cause like a full like reauth. I think if you just change like one thing, they do some of that for you. But I'm not positive. I think they do some kind of just like fingerprinting, and if the fingerprint changes enough, that's when they get you. But I don't know. I'd have to, I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 comes out, which probably is not going to be CPU bottlenecked for me. So once I do get the new CPU into the gaming PC, I'll have to play some PoE 2, just to like see how much better I can get of a frame rate. Pretty sure I should be able to sit somewhere around 60 frames a second, because I am CPU bottlenecked right now. And this is a new album we're checking out, Vice City FM, on Neon Retro Records. Let's just hope they don't sing, and we'll call it good. Oh, and Fire S. You actually said the exact same thing I was talking about. Yep. Yeah, the fingerprinting. Yep. Okay, I'm liking this so far. Oop. All right. So yeah, for key value, do we just call it key? Do we call it value? API key dot something? I think value works. How do y'all feel about that? Name will be string. That'll be required. So created at and modified at. Those are easy. Because that's part of data store record. So we don't need that one. Last used at is a number. We're not going to allow admin. So it's just read or write. Expiration at is optional. Creator ID is not. All right, so now let's start thinking about what our request and response types are going to look like. Let's do this first. Hold on. Let's scaffold out the endpoints we're going to need. All right, so we got API keys get. create, delete. What will you be able to update on an API key? Just the name, maybe? We're not going to have an individual fetch, right? So get all, create, delete, and update. I'm going to delete the existing API key endpoints, and we're going to scaffold those fresh. All right, so that goes and creates our endpoints. Right, create, delete, get all, and update. So then here in request schemas. Oh, not schemas. And hold on, a get doesn't have that. So this is interface post API key request. Patch. All right, I like this album so far. This is good. And I missed some follows real quick. Zaveradot, thank you. And Kevnon, as well as Estabone. Thank you all for those follows. I appreciate it. And hey, what's up? How you doing, Code Drift? Mr. Sir. Ooh, I believe, because you're past the 3-month mark, you should have the icon that does, like, the tilt for your sub. Maybe do a quick chat message so we can verify that. Someone was asking what the sub icon was. It becomes a lot more obvious once you see the tilt. Yeah. I think the 6-month is farther, and then 9-month is like upside down, like dripping, like getting the last drop. I went surfing this weekend? Why would you say that? Surfing the World Wide Web, maybe? Are you asking about snowboarding? Like snow surfing? No, I don't ride weekends. I refuse. I flat out refuse. I'd have to move somewhere much smaller to where like it would actually be worth it. Yeah, I refuse to snowboard on a weekend. It's just not worth it. There might be resorts where it's worth it. Stevens Pass is definitely not worth it. If you don't get there by 9 a.m., right, like when lifts open, you might not have parking. It's really bad. But no, I am considering going up sometime this week. Yeah, an extremely expensive waste of time, exactly. Because we're getting snow this week. And not a whole lot. Wednesday, maybe 1 to 2, less than half an inch. Oh no, it'd probably be worth it just to go up there and get a day in. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, man, we just get so many, like, weekend powder days. Bums me out, man. I used to live up at the resort, and at that point, it was worth it because I could just go put in a couple hours and then I'd have to work because I worked night terrain park. Quite possibly the best job on the mountain. Night terrain park, it means you can go ride all day and then go work in the terrain park at night, so it's just super chill. It is somewhat grueling work. Like, some of the shoveling work you got to do is brutal. Oh, it is definitely a young person's job, for sure. Like, if you get a big snow, somebody has to go actually like unbury the fence lines. So yeah, like, you know, some days you'll spend 3 hours walking the entire fence line on the side of the park, just pulling it up out of the snow and resituating. I also used to go out with the CAD operator at night and help like build features, which also means that I would have to like steady the rail while they're packing snow around it. Sometimes I'd have to go help dig the rail out so we can move it. But oh man, that was the best job. Yeah, best time of my life, but it's not a forever job. But I'm not even kidding. There was one winter I rode 150 days. If then we add together the fact that I rode like 5 days a week down at Mount Hood during the summer, I probably got close to 300 days that year. Like 250 easy. It was amazing. Yeah, it was the best. That was the most I ever rode in one season. Just keep that in mind. And some of those days were days where I didn't actually want to snowboard, but I had to work. And, oh, hey, when your job is actually having to go up on the hill and make sure no one's hurt in the terrain park, you have to take runs. And I was living up at the resort most of the time during that, because there was like a specific like little apartment room just for terrain park and like cat operators. It was awesome. It was the absolute best. Now that apartment is ski school. Like the least deserving of any of the people on the mountain. Instructors are typically some of the biggest posers on the mountain. It's kind of crazy. All right, so are there any other requests? We've got the get all and delete. And that's it. Favorite ski snowboard movie of all time, and why is it Out Cold? Out Cold's good. Ski Patrol is way up there. Hot Dog the movie is way up there. The ski school films are a guilty pleasure. Aspen Extreme is actually amazing. I'd say it's tough. It's actually a really tough decision. Better Off Dead? I don't remember that one. Oh, hold on. Better Off Dead is John Cusack, right? It's basically the movie they're parodying with Hot Tub Time Machine, right? I don't know if I've actually seen this one. I don't think I've actually seen this one. Yeah. I'm almost positive Hot Tub Time Machine was someone pitching John Cusack specifically as like, hey man, what if we made a film that like heavily references your older film? Is that a line in the movie? That sounds about right to me. That's hilarious. Early multiverse. There you go. That sounds about right. Thank you for the follow, Free Dreamers Life. Welcome. What you up to? So anyway, back to what we're building. I think these are all the requests we need. We'll have to work on the responses. As far as creating a new key, those two are required. Environment. Yeah, you're not going to be able to change the environment of a key. So that's something you do once and then you can't update it. So that's the only other thing that you can actually modify directly. I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal to migrate to a more finely scoped permission system. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with what we got for now. This is good enough. All right, so we go and scaffold out the schemas for it. Get dev back going. Ooh, and Code Drift, you might have missed it. We just did like an evaluation of Unkey. I'm not sure if you've heard of Unkey. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it when we were talking about VC stuff before, actually. But yeah, like I'd never actually gotten into their back end and like looked around at what you could do. Yeah, no worries. It is interesting. We found some major like UX bugs. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think it's worth using them as a service for myself yet, just because I got a bootstrap. And at like, you know, if we look at their pricing, their free tier just doesn't do it for me. So creating 1,000 API keys, that's fine. But 2.5K verifications a month? Nah, that is not it. No, thank you. I think even 150K is untenable. So then we got to go enterprise if we want to go above the 150K. Oh no, $1 per extra 100K or 10K. Yeah, like this would be usable if you're just trying to prove the idea, but the moment you actually want to go to production, nah, it's just not for me. And I understand it, they got to make money, but I don't know. That is a huge disparity between these two things. Like at the free tier, you're not even giving a business enough of a chance to become profitable to where you can actually start charging them money. I really think the verifications is something where they should increase the free tier verifications and then just make like audit tracking and analytics be the thing that you charge people for. The fact that you can't even do a workspace with team members on the free tier is crazy. think that's a big thing. Yeah, they're still figuring out their billing tiers. And C. Mohammed over on YouTube. What are we working on? We're working on software as a service for software as a service, right? So quota and balance management for a software as a service. The part that we're working on right now is our API key management system. Yeah, 0.25 contract is like a crazy gap. The custom quotas thing being part of their like enterprise tier, I find that a little interesting. Because that is where they overlap with what I'm doing a fair bit. But it's purely based upon API keys rather than like actual users. So I just don't think they're going broad enough. I think, yes, by being specific, it gives them like a niche to concentrate on. But yeah, I think that's tricky. Just because it's like only API key related. Yeah, the land of SAML SOC 2. The thing I think they're doing really well, though, is actually like the audit log retention here. For the 25, you're actually getting into like being SOC 2 compliant. So the fact that their like audit log retention is actually that high means that they're kind of like aiming at a good like middle ground with the paid tier. I think that's actually kind of smart. Wait, what do you mean doesn't count? SOC 2 is kind of there or not. I mean, that is the, like, what else do you need for SOC 2? I thought the audit log stuff was all you needed. Well, shit, now I don't think I know enough about SOC 2 compliance. I see. So yeah, privacy and confidentiality might be a place where that's an issue. So basically, Unkey would have to like have the SOC 2 compliance themselves, right? No. So I get what you're saying there. SOC 2 is the one that goes missing in the dryer. Boom, roasted. No, and I get what you're saying there, Code Drift. Like, that makes sense. Yes, the fact that they're not fully SOC 2 is a problem. Because if you have all of your vendors check that SOC 2 box, then you get to check that box too. Basically. You know, as long as you're doing things right too. Right, so you need to bring in an independent auditor. Yep. Yeah, SOC 2 Type 2 is incredibly important as well. Yeah, so My guess is Unkey is probably focusing on getting to that point. Because that would be like massively essential for the type of business they're trying to build. If you need a SOC 2 report ASAP, a Type 2 report that covers a shorter 3-month review period can be an ideal bullshit. What they mean there is solution. Love the fact that our font is kicking in for that. Nailed it. So yeah, many customers reject Type 1 anyway, so that doesn't matter. What are the costs of SOC 2? And I'm guessing Secure Frame here. Can you buy SOC 2 compliance from them? Oh, God. Every single thing is a get a quote. Oh, God. If you have to ask, you can't afford it. So that's not ideal. That's kind of funny. All right. I believe that was the comment that said 5 to 10K. Oh, I know, but it is something to be aware of. And the moment that I get funding, then yeah, we definitely need it. That would be part of my justification for getting funding. So back in 2018, they were paying 10 to 15K from a smaller auditor. Cost was closer to 25K with a larger firm. No, and I get that. I think with what I'm doing, I am going to want to be targeting like larger companies. Especially like large like game publishers. Right? Could you imagine landing EA for Balance and whatever else? Like Balance and Quota management for their, you know, their shitcoin or whatever they call it in Madden. They call it points. I think larger game publishers could be a big part of it. It's in process. Yeah. I get that. Hasn't gotten easier even with stuff like Vanta. Right. Yeah, they were even mentioning Vanta earlier, right? Vanta, Drata, and there's probably a couple others, right? Drata. We made it out of clay. It's a low value add. I get it. I don't know. To me, it's also like a confidence in your platform thing. So about 20K for a point in time audit, 10K for a gap analysis, 6 months to implement the changes? I know I can move quicker than that. Another 25K for the 3-month period. With good analysis, about 30K. Closer to 25K a year for annual audits. Okay. I kind of like that. Okay. No, this does seem good. The back and forth with the auditor. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. And dude, Code Drift, thank you so much for this info. This is really helpful. Right? Like, you can Google as much of this stuff as you want. But a conversation about it goes really far. It's the main reason to wait. Nah, I get it. And yeah, if you secure 2 million investment, that 25K a year eats into your runway quite a bit. And 25K is a month or more of runway. Yeah, sure. If you're not profitable already, right? Yeah, I think it makes sense. A typical investment will give you what? Like a typical, like, good VC round? How many years of runway do you think it goes? I'd guess like you're aiming for a minimum of 3, but 5 would be ideal. I know. Yeah, that really depends. I get it. I'm talking just the seed round, not like a Series A. Pre-seed, you're looking at 1 to 2 because you want to be like securing a seed round after that. Seed 2 to 4. Okay. And then Series A, you should be aiming to like ramp up. So you're not even looking at it as runway because you should be profitable by Series A. Yeah, I'm not looking at this as like a hyper growth kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, it always, like, thinking about funding always makes me think of that Silicon Valley scene where he's talking with his buddy and he's like, so did you ever think that maybe you could just ask them for less money? And the guy's like, less money? That's not a thing. Wait, can you do that? Well, I don't know. Why not? Oh my God. Right? And then I wouldn't have had the down round. Oh, fuck! He's like yelling in the bar. Oh, that scene's just so good. Why didn't someone tell me I could just take less? I still have my house, my car, my girlfriend. Fuck. He's just freaking out. No, and I get it. Like, yeah, this is all wishful thinking. About a year of runway. Well, here's the thing. I can prove out this idea without needing runway, basically. Like, the way I've built this, I've already massively optimized for hosting costs and, like, ongoing costs. You know, I'm not consuming a bunch of, like, weird third-party software as a service, etc. So that already, like, increases my personal runway massively. So bootstrapping, like, I'm not even sure pre-seed makes any sense. So the only reason I would consider investment is, well, okay, now I need to work on this thing full time, which I kind of do already. This is not full time. Like, I know, we get that. I think we all understand this is barely part-time. Even if it is 5 days a week, there's maybe a solid 3 hours a day of work. And the rest is just yapping. But okay, yeah. No, I think this SOC 2 stuff, that was a great conversation. Trying to understand funding, like, yeah, I'm just totally out of my element there. I just think I have what makes for a decent product on my hands. How I execute on that, that's a separate thing. And when you say 10x, do you mean like in terms of like how much I think the seed round could help me grow? Or more like $10x on like the value, right? Like profit margin. Well, here's the thing, like Theo got funded without all that. And when you say a $2 million company, you're talking about like the possible like sales of it. So selling a company for 2 mil is really like the product of how much money you're making times 5 to 10, right? So if you're pulling in 200K profit a year, then you're a $2 million company, right? And that's not even always profit. So like, I don't know all of the VC math. I don't. Let me just point that out. I read the startup subreddit a little bit. But I don't know all of that VC math. As far as I understand it, like a company valuation is basically revenue times 10 years, right? Like, so like yearly revenue. Okay, and yeah, like no numbers. I don't want you to dox anything important, but from other things you've seen maybe, or any of that stuff. I know valuations are fuzzy. There's always like the micro acquire like valuations too, which are very much different. Real quick though, hold on. Let me go use the restroom, and I do think I gotta think about what I'm eating for dinner. Shrimp would be easy. I could do some chicken. Something somewhat low cal would be good. Yeah, I'll just do 2 chicken breasts. So let me go get that chicken thawing, and I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll see y'all in just a sec. I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Dance party time, though. All right, chicken is thawing. I'm just going to do some grilled chicken breast. When I say grilled, I mean it's just going to be in the cast iron with like the ridges, so it still gets like the grill marks. Definitely not crispy. Definitely not. Do I know how to create an AI model? No, I don't. Grill marks, bud. Damn right, Steel Toad. That's a solid Letterkenny reference right there. Three minutes on each side, flip twice. Like how they all have like their own specific like techniques. Down the hatch. Exactly. Yeah, if I had actually thought ahead, I could have started sous videing a steak. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow. Yeah, maybe tomorrow we do a steak. But okay, so we got our request types here. We should have some schemas generated as well. If we look at the bottom, API request schemas are there. So yeah, now we start hammering out the back end for these things. You could, but oh, the proteins break down really bad. Hold on. Looks like it works for certain kinds of meat. Here you go. Right, so it's like the amount of like time it takes and like how the proteins break down. It's actually, I don't know, I've never tried it. Yeah, I don't believe the AI there for sure. Yeah, the connective tissue, right? Like the fibers here are still kind of like together. Here they're falling apart, and here they're basically like non-existent. To me, this looks like crockpot meat. Right? If you want to do some like corned beef hash. Or just corned beef, technically. Hash is when you do it with like the potatoes and stuff. But yeah, if you were doing corned beef, there you go. Then 24 hours makes a lot of sense. Corned beef hash is good. Yeah. So I mean, no matter what insanities, you still need to get it above the danger zone. And the danger zone's at 120 degrees. So you're not doing it any lower than like 122, 124. I tend to cook at 126 anyway. Yeah, the steak is going to get like mushy. Here you go. This person cooked identical steaks at 130 for periods ranging from 1 hour all the way up to 48 hours. They found the most important differences typically occurred between the 4 and 24-hour marks. You're blaming a fever? Is your fever because you cooked some steak at a lower temperature? Yeah, another big thing is that I'm cooking from frozen. So that also like changes the amount of time I like should cook it for. Oh, you helped a friend move, you got COVID. Oh, I'm sorry, Insanities. Ah, that sucks. Dude, getting COVID while you're moving is the worst. I did that when I moved into this place like 3 years ago. It fucking sucked. It was so bad. Like, you got the spine tingles and everything, and you're like having to like lift and like carry a bunch of shit. Dude, that was the worst. That was the worst. That was really bad. Not sure where my mom ended up getting it, but she gave it to me because she was in town because we were like, you know, closing up the house that was like the family house, but I was the only one living in it for like 2 years. So it was necessary to close it up. But anyway, yeah. Can you tell I'm getting hungry? This chicken's gonna be good. I should. Is this the year I finally get a chest freezer? This might be the year I finally get a chest freezer. Because I think I need to stock up on chicken. It's just a hunch. And I'm also just running low on room in my freezer to where like most of my freezer is taken up with like frozen pork and beef and some chicken and some shrimp and some of that stuff. But it means I have basically like no room for the quick and easy stuff like chicken pot pies and dumplings and things like that. So I'd love to get the chest freezer for like the meats and then just use like the freezer above the fridge for dumplings and, you know, like ready-made kind of stuff. I've wanted a chest freezer for years. I think I can treat myself this year. One big thing I need to start doing is actually tagging all of the stuff I freeze with the date that I froze it. I'm really bad about that. But it's pretty easy. Like, I staged all the old stuff on, like, the door. So I just got to make sure I eat that stuff before I get into, like, the stuff I just froze recently from, like, a new, like, purchase spree or whatever. So that's easy enough. Yeah, chest freezer. Oh, man. Yeah, it's the move. I really want one. I've wanted one for ages. So I'm really big on, like, cooking at home. But I'm also really big on not leaving the house. So the fridge just isn't it. But let's get more music going. Amazon for like $200. Yeah, like, do you have a recommendation? Like, what brand and all that stuff, if you don't mind disclosing. I'm actually really curious. I'm thinking about getting an Amazon chest freezer as well. The problem is, like, the pain in the ass of transporting it to where it might actually be worth it just to, like, buy it from Home Depot or some bullshit and have them deliver it. Then it's their fucking problem. Like, I can move it once it's in the apartment. Sure. Ooh, and here's another question. Does it plug in through a regular, like, 110? Or do you need a 220? It's just a normal plug? Okay, cool. Just had to make sure of that. Seven cubic feet? Yeah, not bad. Taboo. I mean, I feel like the name Taboo is a bit taboo. Now, 7 cubic feet is really good, actually. I would say, like, a 3.5 cubic feet is just teeny tiny. You could store taboo items in it. There you go, Freud. Freud's Coke. Medicinal Coke, okay? Prescribed to himself by himself. That's what they all say. Numbing what? The brain. All right, so yeah. We got these endpoints. Let's start hacking out these endpoints, you know? How hard could it be? Okay, just had to double check. We were scoped to the business. Sweet. Man, I need to trim the mustache again. I'm really contemplating just getting rid of it. Feel like I should probably lose some weight first. I don't know why. Without the mustache, the chubbiness shows through more. Take an inch off the end to where it's like actually like really questionable. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm not Elon Musk. I like how BeginBot does the opposite. He shaves just that part right in the middle to where it's like really separated. He didn't, though. It's a terrible mustache. It's a really bad mustache. Nobody actually looks good with it. That's the one good thing he did by ruining that mustache. Definitely wasn't his painting. For someone with such terrible views, it's kind of obvious that like perspective in his paintings was bad, right? Yeah, terrible perspective in basically every way. Wait, are we talking about Elon Musk still? I think we are. I'm pretty sure we are. Bet that dude can't paint for shit. The parallels are endless. Oh, he definitely lied about being like he might play games. He's just really bad at them. That's all. He might be an actual gamer. He's just like the rest of us, and he's just bad at them. Statistically, he's bad at gaming, just like the rest of us. It's just another grift in the long line of things he does to make people think he's cooler than he is. Right? He basically had to buy friends in college. He rented out a house and made it basically a nightclub just to buy influence. No, that's the thing, though, insanities. Like, there's major problems with perspective. Like, none of the perspectives line up. that actually really hints at something like very troubling about how he views the world. Like there's like major analysis into his paintings. I don't even like saying his name. No, there's been a lot of analysis into why he was a shit painter. And it has nothing to do with whether the things looked like the things they should look like. It's that there was just things that like an artist would recognize. You can actually be a shit artist and still make good paintings. Right? Like Samo. Samo wasn't an amazing fucking artist, but he didn't try and paint the real world. No, he was a graffiti artist, basically, who ended up making other art. Oh, there's a movie. Yeah, you should definitely watch the movie Samo. So Samo was a graffiti artist. He ended up getting like really caught up. Jean-Michel Basquiat. He got really caught up into the like New York art scene. Part of him becoming famous is actually related to just like how bullshitty the art world is. Because there's definitely some people that would say like, no, this was someone just finding like a person they could sell rather than finding like art. I would definitely say that Samo's art was actually still pretty good. So Samo was his like his graffiti handle. Basquiat is the artist behind it. And the film is really fucking good. There's a movie. My favorite part of that movie, though, is when Sam Rockwell beats him up at the end. Right? Basquiat's just like wandering the streets and he gets the shit kicked out of him by Sam Rockwell. Right? Sam Rockwell isn't even billed in that. He is just random like street thug number 2 or some shit like that. Like, it's funny. Very similarly to how he was also in the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. He's the guy that says, you want menthol or regular? At the Foot Clan headquarters. Yeah, Sam Rockwell has been in all sorts of movies before he actually made it. It's really cool, actually. I'm actually a bit of a fan. So yeah, I would say watch the movie, right? Like the Samo movie. I believe it's just called Samo. But it's like, you know, the Basquiat story, and it's Jeffrey Wright. Like, fantastic actor. Like a young Jeffrey Wright. He fucking kills it. It's super good. I saw this movie way too young, right? Like the Basquiat movie, but it's really fucking good. And yeah. Most of like art, like the art world, is bullshit, and I believe that was a major point of the film. But I'd have to rewatch it because it's been shit like 30 years. Am I a fan of Warhol? I'm a fan of some of the stuff. Like, I don't know him as a person. Like, I know some of that shit's like really questionable. I'm a fan of some of what his art was actually pointing out. Like, he's actually like a major, like, I don't know if he's a precursor or just an embodiment of Dada art. I think Dada art is actually interesting. I like what Dada art is trying to say, where it's not even about the art. It's about, like, the point it's trying to make. I consider the banana on the wall to be Dada art. And it's actually a critique of the art world in general. I believe Warhol was making similar statements. But I don't know. I'm not him. I can't say he was or wasn't. I do believe a lot of his art is somewhat Dada-esque. And I think for that reason, Dada is important, because it's actually talking shit on the art world, right? Like, here's a fucking toilet seat. Boom, it's art. Fuck you. Right? Like, Dada art is like punk at that point. Punk musicians, they're pretty much never the best at what they do. But they can still make something, like, real. You know? Like, punk, for the longest time, they were not the best guitarist, best drummer, best bassist, best singer, any of that. Until, like, pop punk. And then you got people like Travis from Blink-182, who is definitely one of the best drummers of his era, right? Yeah, the entire point of punk is not to care about sounding good. It's about the message. That's actually the entire point of punk. At which point, like, Dada is the same thing. It's not about the art, it's about the message. It just so happens that some punk sounds really good too. Dead Kennedys, I'm looking at you. See, I don't know Police Truck. Is that one of their songs, or is that a different band? I'm going to admit, I'm not like the biggest punk aficionado at all. I do like really good, like, proto-punk. Police Truck is a Dead Kennedys song. I don't remember that one. Yeah, I know, like, Holiday in Cambodia, California, Uber Alice. Like, you know, they're popular shit. Meh. I love the fact that the movie SLC Punk lumped in some of, like, the early stuff that didn't even sound like punk, but was punk in its messages. Like the Smiths. Even though, fuck Morrissey. That dude sucks. The Smiths are really important to me. You can like the Smiths and hate Morrissey. That is totally okay. So Andy Warhol was to art as Andy Kaufman was to comedy. I would say, yeah, Andy Kaufman was like a punk comedian compared to, like, other comedy at the time. Yeah, no, I'll totally embrace that. Fuck yeah, Steel Toad. Absolutely. Like, so much so that, like, some punk is anti-music. Yeah, some of Andy Kaufman's comedy was anti-comedy. Right? Challenging what we think about these things. So yeah, no, I totally get that. Totally get that. And again, like with Andy Kaufman, it was about the message rather than the joke. With some punk, it's about the message, not the music. Or at least, if it's not about the message, it's about the feeling. I'm less into those bands, but I get it. And I know, it wouldn't be a CM Griffin stream without a rant like this. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's actually get some more code done. As long as someone's not telling me to get back to coding, I'm happy to do so. That's the punk in me. Right? If I was about to get back to coding and someone's like, shut up, just code. Well, now I don't want to. You know, like, well, fuck you. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Right? There you go. Yeah, the old reverse psychology. Like what you're doing there. Yeah. Touche. Touche, Mr. Sir. Don't code, just keep talking. Well, fuck you, now I don't wanna. I don't want to get it. There you go. I like that. No, that's a good one. You can swear in this channel. It's okay. You're more than welcome to just swear in this channel. Like, come on, man. I consider censoring the swear word more offensive than the swear word itself. When people say frick or things like that, fuck you. Come on. What makes a swear word is not the word itself, it's the intention behind it. Frick or fark or whatever, fuck you. Like, come on. Just swear. Be a fucking human being. The intention matters more than the word. If you intended to offend someone, just own it. Here's the thing. If you're able to say frick you to your boss and not get fired, but fuck you would get you fired, I don't think you want to work there anyway. I'm sorry, if you say frick you to a boss, yeah, you're still fired. You know that, right? Screw you? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. You know, like, yeah, you're fucking fired. Duh. Right? That's actually like the prime example of intent meaning everything. Right? Say screw you to your boss and tell me how that works. Could you have just said fuck? It would have felt better. Mista, get me out of here. Hey, you know that Mista lady? I think I just killed her. It is lemonade mix. No, Freud, it's not what you're thinking. It's just lemonade mix. right? Country Time lemonade mix is very different from Freud Time lemonade mix, okay? Freud Time lemonade mix comes with a heart warning. All right, so create API request. We need to validate permissions. Woo! What's up, Kyle Nope? Are you Leslie Nope's brother? If so, how is Punxsutawney? Kyle, have you even seen the show? And real quick, Guillermo OXD, thank you for the follow. Guillermo Oxide. There it is. What are we listening to? Yeah, we don't have the audio go through on YouTube, so let me just paste it for you real quick. We're listening to that album, and we're on track 6 at the moment. Oh, it's Pawnee, not Punxsutawney. Shit, what is Punxsutawney from? Yeah, Pawnee is where it is. Shit. All right, Punxsutawney. I know I'm spelling it wrong. Oh, it's Groundhog Day, Punxsutawney. That's right. Okay, never mind. All right. Now I get it. Okay, touche. My bad. That's a pretty easy mistake to make. But Pawnee. Yeah, okay. Touche. I know, I spelt it way wrong. But pretty relevant to the conversation we were having earlier, right? So that's just science. SLC Punxsutawney. Can we just admit there's basically nothing left of any kind of like punk scene in SLC? It just doesn't exist. It's bad. I'm sure there's like fake punk. I don't know. Anyone actually in the Salt Lake City area? Are there some good like punk like venues and bars I should check out? I found a good dive bar where they got like $5 Buffalo Trace. It was like $4.25 or something like that, Buffalo Trace. That's a dangerous bar. That's a really dangerous bar. I'm just saying right now. Not danger as in like someone's going to hurt you, but $4.25 Buffalo Trace? Well, I guess I'm closing this place down, man. That's dangerous. Also, they do karaoke. There was some really bad karaoke one of the nights I was there. That's also dangerous. You might have your eardrum pierced. I'm not kidding. I've actually considered moving to Salt Lake City multiple times. Because there are places where property is so fucking cheap. Like you can get a shithole house for $150K. Here in Washington, you're getting a shithole house for like $350K. One I can afford. The other not so. Utah has a bad human trafficking problem? Oh, and Freud, dude. I live in Washington, like Redmond. I pay $3,000 a month to live in the suburbs. I might as well move to the city, but then I'm even farther from the mountain. Now, it sucks. Yeah, like, I'm looking at moving basically anywhere. I mean, Redmond is... Redmond is downtown Microsoft. That's the best way of phrasing that. Redmond is just downtown Microsoft. So yeah, obviously it's going to be expensive to live here because Microsoft pays a decent enough wage and they require enough people in office, and Microsoft is less than a mile away. But yeah, I'm dealing with that. But pretty much everywhere else I was looking at the time, same problem. There's basically nowhere in the Seattle area you could move for cheaper. So you'd be paying basically the same rate, but maybe you like live closer to something you like. I was under the gun. I had to move into a new place with like a month's notice. This place approved me really quick. So I'm here for now. I am massively considering moving somewhere cheaper. If I didn't have friends here in Seattle, oh, dude, I would have moved away so fucking quick. Especially to Utah. I could live in North Ogden and ride Powder Mountain within a half hour, and I'd be there. Only thing keeping me here. Only thing keeping me here are friends like Bedtime Bear and the people I know from Seattle JS. I hope they know that. Also, yeah, well, then I'd be living in Utah. Ugh. All right, so that does put a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. Okay, so keep in mind, Ogden and North Ogden are separated by at least, like, I'm going to say, like, a good 10 miles, like 20 minutes of, like, dealing with that shit. Am I wrong on that? I thought North Ogden was like really like its own specific thing. So I could be off about that. I've only been once. They are kind of separate, but not too bad. Okay, that makes sense. One of the best powder days I've ever had was at Powder Mountain. The highway closed behind us. I went up with my friend's grandfather. My friend was like hurt or some bullshit. Like, dude, he fucking blew it. But me and my friend's grandfather went up to Powder Mountain, highway closed behind us. We did our separate things just because I was, you know, just a bullshit snowboard punk and he's a skier. He didn't want to be seen with me. I get it. But yeah, one of the best powder days I've ever had in my entire life. I was riding top to bottom powder runs inbounds. I've only had maybe 1 or 2 days that I would compare to that at Stevens Pass, where like the highway closed on both sides and the power went out and I'm sitting there on the clock riding with the orange fucking emergency lights. It was fucking amazing. All right. So yeah, no, that might be the best time I've ever had. Again, riding right there on the main runs, so much snow coming down that I would ride a run, come back up through the lift, and my track was covered the next run through due to the wind and like as much snow as was coming down. Like I was sitting there still and I'd have like 3 inches on me by the time I got to the lift. Like on the lift to the top of the lift. It's a 7-minute ride and I got like 3 inches of snow just caked up on me just because I wanted to see how much I could get. And I was getting paid to do it. Yeah, okay, so that's the official best day. The Powder Mountain day is really a close second or third. What's the divide between skiers and snowboarders? There just is. There's always a divide. It's not important. Doesn't matter. That was it. It's not create, it's post. Now, I was just in Utah recently, earlier this year, or not this year, but last year, just like within the past 6 months. So earlier this year from like the previous year from now, all right? Like 365 days style. And it was fantastic. Like, man, KubeCon in Utah was really cool. I am heavily considering a Utah move. I think I'd rather move to possibly Wyoming or Montana. I know I'm a little too left-wing for those areas, but I can always just make it more blue. You know, fuck it, whatever. Like here in Redmond and Seattle, yeah, my vote basically doesn't matter. It's going to be blue. I can move somewhere else and try and shift the needle. Bring more like-minded people with me, and we're good to go. Yeah, I mean, the problem with Wyoming is that anything in an area that you care about is super expensive, and then everything else doesn't have good internet. It's actually like a huge bummer. And hold on. Wait. I just saw... Hold on. Lightspeed. There you go. Skiers blame snowboarders for being out of control, and snowboarders blame skiers for hitting crotch on rails. I don't blame skiers for doing that. I just recognize, like, why would you do it? There's a big reason I snowboard. I can't credit card a rail. Skiers definitely can. And that's a huge reason just not to ski. I do not feel like swiping that credit card. One of the big reasons I barely skate. The possibility of a credit card? Woo, not worth it. I'm just saying, like, nah, I'm good. You should have cried. Just let it out. Why'd you bottle that shit up, man? Why'd you bottle that shit up? When you say with razor tail, what you mean is like when you've been like stopping and you grind down the tail of your skateboard to where it's like it becomes a razor's edge instead of like the rounded. Oof. Yeah, for sure. So now you can't have children. I get that. That's a bummer. Yeah, that sucks, Freud. Right? You got snipped the hard way. Snip, snap. Yeah, self-vasectomy. We know what you meant. Snip, snap, snip, snap. You thought you were toast from your years of skating? Well, I mean, how hard did you hit your head? I would actually bet the dizzy spells on like you found out you have like an iron deficiency, right? Are you anemic? More red meat. Sinus infection made you dizzy? Okay. All right. The sinus is tied very closely to like inner ear. So, okay. Yeah, no, I get it. I feel like realistically, you may have had a sinus infection that caused an ear infection, and those are a little separate, but no, I get it. They're so closely related that tomato, tomato. So, no, I get that. That makes sense. You should stop snorting yourself, okay? Let me just point that out. Problem solved? I'm just going based on your name. It's a little joke. Take it easy. It's fine. All right, let's hack out some more code. I mean, forehead's probably the best thing you could smack, but like how fast were you moving and did it cause like frontal lobe damage? Well, yeah, I could get that. In general, it's not the fall that gets you. It's the going from moving to stop too quickly that gets you. There you go, mullet. Damn, are you my older brother? He said that shit all the time. What the fuck, Ian? How dare you not tell me that's you? Ooh, so we got a major thing to fix. Yeah, for how we're doing our keys for API keys. And I know that sounds like more confusing than it should be, but we're using Dynamo and partition key, sort key, tertiary key, etc. Those are all things that need to be created and validated in a specific way. I mean, you don't have to agree. If there's not something you're familiar with, you're not required to chime in. Just, maybe just chill. Totally up to you. Just saying. All right, so we get name from the body. Permissions we get from the body. I think environment, is that also the thing we get from the body? I might be messing that up. It is environment. Fuck yeah. Okay, so what we can do then is... MacBook Pro every time. Come on. Like, you didn't actually phrase it as budget being an issue. If budget matters, well, then yeah, go for the budget. But if budget doesn't matter, get a MacBook Pro. I would simply point out, I don't think you need a MacBook Pro. What you could probably do is get a Mac Mini and optimize it for less than increasing the value of the MacBook Pro would be, and then maybe just remote into it from any machine you want, which could be a Windows laptop or a MacBook Air or whatever. How often are you going out and doing actual programming outside of your own house? And can I just also point out, I do 4K video editing, like actually 6K sometimes, on an M3 MacBook Air. I don't think a MacBook Pro is actually necessary for anyone. The majority of people that buy MacBook Pros just leave them in clamshell mode all the time anyway. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to reiterate. I think the Mac Mini is the absolute best value for how you probably consume your main dev machine anyway, where it just sits there plugged in at home. The Mac Mini is absolutely the best bang for the buck. Now keep in mind, I have probably the most expensive Mini you can get at the moment, besides upgrading the hard drive bigger than it should be. But look at that. That is a machine I expect to last me another 10 years. And I had a Mac Mini previous to this one last me 10 years. In my opinion, a Mac Mini with sufficient upgrades is a decade device. I think it's worth it. Fuck yeah. Yeah, Juniper. Yeah, I completely agree. I believe this is a device you will easily get 10 years out of with the appropriate upgrades. 64 gigs of RAM, essential. The CPU upgrade, you could weigh that one. The SSD, holy shit. No, I think you need a terabyte at this point. And then beyond that, like if you want this thing to last 10 years, you need the 10 gigabit. You might not be able to make use of 10 gigabit right now on your home network. You will within the next 10 years. Like, come on. You absolutely will. The RAM charge is fairly insane, but just recognize that for you to get 64 gigs of RAM that act as VRAM, look at how much that would cost you from a fucking video card. You'd pay $2,000 just for a video card to get 24 gigs of RAM. The RAM counts as VRAM because it's unified RAM. My graphics card, or whatever they call it. Oh, they do 32 on the 5090? Well, yeah, and you're only spending $2,000 on it. No big deal. Just for a graphics card. So yeah, on a Mac Mini, the RAM you have is unified RAM. Your graphics card treats that as the same RAM that your CPU-driven stuff treats as well, which means that, yeah, if you're like consuming a lot with CPU RAM, there's only so much available to GPU RAM. But man, paging is a thing. So there is a lot of value you get from the unified RAM that a Mac Mini gives you. Is it as good as a 5090? No, hell no. No one would argue that. But bang for the buck, I think you get more value. This is not financial advice. Do whatever the fuck you want. This Mac Mini will last me 10 years, for sure. Guaranteed. No doubt in my mind. The last one lasted me 10 years. Right? I'm not kidding. I had a 2015 Mac Mini. And I was using it until a month ago. Maybe a month and a half ago. What were the specs on that one? I maxed out the RAM at 16 gigs at the time. As good of a CPU as they would give me. I skimped on the hard drive. So it was just a 256. That is the biggest regret. That is like the biggest pain point. Like if I wasn't If I didn't buy the 256 and I had actually opted for 512 or even like a terabyte, I might still be using that same Mac Mini because I'm just doing software dev. Nothing you're doing as a software dev requires like the fastest machine. You might think you do. You can spare an extra second when you're compiling stuff. You can spare an extra second in your dev loop. You absolutely can. You do need RAM for software dev. 16 gigs was the actual like bare minimum. But when I had bought it, I was maxing it out. So keep that in mind. I maxed out the RAM to get 16 gigs, and if I hadn't done that, that Mac Mini would have been unusable a good 5 years earlier. So any chance you get, you max out the RAM. That's just science. That's something my dad has taught me since I was very young. He designed the 1-800 phone system like mainframes, and he maxed out the RAM. He also added a thing called Samsung solid state memory, which is not the same as an SSD, but it has the same goal, where you power it off and that shit's still there. Now it had, I believe, its own separate power supply at the time, but it was fucking worth it due to restart like timing for mainframes specifically. My dad has always ranted and raved about memory being the most important thing you can do for designing any system. It was Samsung solid state memory. That's what they called it. It was like $10,000 for a DIMM of it. Like, a DIMM is not the right term, but you know what I mean. And it was probably like 256 meg or some shit, you know, like really small. But this is back during like 1989, 1990 or some shit. I don't know the exact numbers, so don't quote me on that, Zerk. But this is mainframe computing during like 1989. When you're spending 10 grand for that kind of like thing. This is the same system that he built out, designed, and then at one point he went and asked for upgrades, and they said, sure, no thing. He asked for like $30 million worth of upgrades in $1990. And they said, yep, totally, go for it. And then he asked why, and then they ended up suing him to keep him quiet. Because it turns out they were overcharging the American consumer. Like, the American public, the government, basically. He defended himself and won as well. So my dad's a fucking badass. He's a fucking badass. He is still alive. He is nowhere near his previous capacity. He had a cardiac arrest in 2000, or I want to say 1999? Maybe 98? To where he couldn't program anymore after that. He was a hardware guy anyway, but he couldn't even do that stuff anymore. Like, he came out of the cardiac arrest after having been without oxygen for a while and didn't recognize my mom. He does now. Like, he's still dead. He's still alive, which is fucking cool. But yeah, no, he can't work anymore. And that's a bummer. He's still dead, though. Like, he's still, like, the same person. Just not at the same capacity. Oh, he's great. Yeah, for sure. He's got so many cool stories. Like, yeah, it's fantastic. It's awesome. Like, yeah, I love my dad. He's great. My mom is actually just as impressive. She helped write number portability for the 1-800 system. Meaning you dial 1-800 something and it routes to the landline for it. She wrote that in 1989 or 1990 or whatever. Can you recognize that the same logic exists for cell phones? It's not the same exact code. Definitely not. The same logic totally exists. So yeah, my parents did a whole bunch of really cool telephony bullshit. It's fine. Whatever. A lot of COBOL in their past. I've told my mom time and time again, like, you know, you can make a lot of money writing COBOL. She did end up saying, yeah, but then I'd have to write COBOL. I don't like to make this like an anti-language thing. Like it's just programming. But the fact that my mom, who has written a lot of COBOL, says that and doesn't want to go back to it, even though she could make a killing. Damn. That says something. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Oh, and I get it there, Zerk. I totally get it. My mom could lead and mentor an entire team of government IT people and teach them how to like write better COBOL and all that bullshit. But then she'd have to write COBOL. And I think she's enjoying retirement. Personally. Like, she's 70 plus at this point. She's got to be like 75 now. Fuck. Oh, man. I need to take a trip and visit them. I really do. I think my mom's just enjoying retirement. For sure. Now, when I do, I proposed a talk or a thing for PyCon. I think I got denied for it. So now I'm just going to have to like take time out of my own schedule and just go visit them. Like, I need to do that. I definitely need to do it. I get it. I understand. It's so easy to put off, but it'd be so cheap to do it. I won't have to pay for a hotel room. It's just the flight. Yes, Cascadia. It's not Cascadia. It's Seattle JS this year. It's a little up in the air, but yeah, Seattle JS. CFPO? No, not that. They should have a link at this point. Hold on. It's a... hold on. Yeah. No, that's not it. What the fuck? I know I have the link somewhere, so let me try and find it. It is... no, you're right. It is Cascadia JS this year. No, you're right. My bad. No. Yeah. It's just happening here in Seattle. No, you're totally right. Yeah. It is Cascadia JS this year. Nah. Yeah, good call. Yeah, you're totally right. Shit. My bad. Yeah, if you're in the area, let's hang out, because I'll be there anyway. But, yeah, talk, like, CFP closes April 27th. All you got to do is record a 2-minute video talking about the thing you want to do. I got a few I could do. I got some talks I could give. Yeah, I'm just saying. All y'all out there, submit a talk, and if you get accepted, well, shit, we get to hang out, and I'll buy you a drink. Technically, they do a really good party in which there will be karaoke. There will be karaoke. So you might get to hear me sing badly. No big deal. Our house in the middle of our street. I don't even know if that's a song I would sing, but just saying. There's a little taste of me singing badly. No, I go to Cascadia JS every chance I get. I couldn't go this last year simply because I came back from Render ATL and I got COVID at Render ATL. I even paid for a bullshit ticket that I got massively discounted from the organizer, Carter, because he's a super cool dude. That like I paid for and I couldn't even make it because I got the COVID. I got the vid. I've never been to React Miami. They didn't accept my talk this year. And to fly to Florida for no reason? Right? Like to spend basically like $2,000 to fly to Florida for no reason? No. Nah, not gonna happen. If they had accepted my talk, I'd be there in a heartbeat, but to spend $2,000 of my own money just to go hang out? Nah, I'm good. No, thank you. Definitely not. If you get a flight, yeah, they pay for your talk, they pay for your hotel room. Like, dude, it's huge. Yeah, if you get a talk accepted to some of the big conferences, yeah, they pay for all that shit. I paid for my own flight to SquiggleConf, but I let them cover the hotel room. Dude, that was easily like $1,000 I saved myself. Like, so worth it. Zerk, you missed the cutoff. Yeah, no. Yeah, React Miami, their cutoff was like the beginning of December. It was like December 6th. You missed it. Oh, down the road for next year. Yeah, no, I get it. Render ATL, same thing. Render ATL sent out a message today like, hey, we got like 10 slots available, but only a few people that will get accepted. So yeah, Render ATL is one of those ones where I might pay for my hotel room and flight if I get the ticket free. I would actually consider the same thing for React Miami, but they don't even offer an option for that. So yeah, that's a bit trickier. I'm pretty sure I could talk Justin, like the Render ATL dude, into giving me like a free ticket this year. I got one last year just for like the influencer ticket. So whether I get accepted or not, I'll reach out and just see. Because yeah, like that's a thing you can do. It's a thing you can do. Let me go pour some more water real quick. Let me get some more music going. And we'll get back to hacking out these endpoints. We've already done enough like good work today, but we can get more work in. So let me go pour some more water and probably rotate the chicken so it thaws better. So, BRB, give me a sec. All right, so hold up. I do believe the UPS store just let me know that another package arrived today as well. I believe that second package is a Coolify beanie. We got any Coolify fans in chat? You tried it? Do you have any feedback? I mean, I would say probably try and pass it along. Andrus is super cool. On their Discord. I get it. Cool, man. Yeah. As long as you were like respectful with it, I would assume that he at least like listened to it. So Smexy, you're saying Coolify should have support for Haproxy as a proxy. Yeah, Smexy, are you aware that they have a Discord where you could like add that as a recommendation or something? Could be worth it. You switch to using render. For me, render makes the most sense when I'm doing something statically hosted where I still need to modify headers. You're aware you just never joined? I'm just saying, like, that'd be some good feedback. You probably should. Up to you, though. He's not paying me or anything, so yeah, I'm not shilling. I think it's a cool idea. It's a cool product. I don't use it for anything yet, but I could eventually. Let me just say, I love what he's doing. It just doesn't fit the way I want to host a lot of the services I build. So, Zerk, you're saying you like it as a managed service to run your SaaS, like a smart layer on top of AWS with Cloudflare. Are you saying, like, render gives you that? Render is so much less than that, in my opinion. But maybe I misunderstand that. Maybe I just don't know. So again, Zerk, like the part I was questioning, do you mean render is or do you mean coolify is? I think that's the big question I was like meaning. Render is. Okay. I've never used any of Render's services other than the static hosting. I just use their free tier. No, that's fine. No, I get it. You're good. That's why I had to ask. I only ever use Render as a static host. They are hiring for a lead DevRel. However, I've heard some negative things about their leadership. I don't know specifically. Don't take that as any reason not to use them. I've heard something where the product sounds fantastic and works really well, but working there may not be ideal just because of one bit of feedback I've gotten. So we can take that with a grain of salt, but it is somewhat that I do somewhat trust. Yeah, so Zerk, that sounds like a really good architecture. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Lightspeed. My managers are fucking amazing. At GitKraken, my manager is fucking awesome. Best manager I've ever had. But I think because they leave me a lot of autonomy. Take it easy, Hunar. Like, we do program, but we rant and we chat because it's a live stream, right? I try to be interactive. We try to chat. We try to do things, and I get stuff done. If you watch enough of the streams, you will see programming. But to expect me to be coding at every single moment of every stream is unrealistic. Those aren't actually fun streams to watch, right? And no, I get it there, Hunar. But I just want to point out, we get roasted. We get people trying to troll us over like, dude, just shut up and start coding. We get that as a thing on a regular basis. I was just preempting that rhetoric, which I'm not saying you were gonna do. I just need to nip that right in the bud real quick. So yeah, how you doing, Hunar? What you up to? Cheers. The way you put programming in quotes. Come on, man. Was my instinct that far off? Just saying. And yeah, what's up, Alan? Happy Monday. We chillin', we hanging out. Yeah, we did some major like evaluation of Unkey as like an API key provider earlier. I think they're actually nailing it. And if you're looking to not have to build out your own API key system yourself, Unkey is definitely something people should consider. Like 100%. Like, yeah, check it out. At the moment, we're building out our first endpoint after doing our data scaffolding. What is in the cup? A little bit of whiskey, water, lemonade mix. I would call it liquid programming. Right? Very similar to how MTV had liquid television back in the day. Explains the SaaS. Yeah, you gotta be a little sassy while building a software as a service. Like, that's just science. Come on, man. If you think me being a little sassy is because of the beverage, I just don't think you know me yet. I just don't think you know me that well yet. It's science. I mean, if your comments are this so far, I don't know if I want to. I'm just being honest there, Hunar. Just being honest. All right, so that feels wrong. Yeah, that part's just wrong. All right, so we'll have to restart the TS server. Huh. What do I think of standard schema that was recently announced? Well, hold on. We're skipping this song because it's a bunch of noise and it's melting my brain. There we go. All right. Standard schema. Can I just point out that I consider Colin from Zod a friend? At the bare minimum, we are friendly. Like, we've golfed together. We've had drinks. We've gone out to, like, dinners with, like, a group together. I consider Colin fucking awesome. We haven't hung out within the past year or so, which is actually a problem. We could make that happen. But I consider Colin a massive friend. Like, I don't have that many friends. I consider Colin one of them. Hold on. Let me do that. There we go. Now I follow him. Now it's official. But yeah, like, just saying. I don't know. I think standard schema is a great idea. Fuck yeah. Sounds good to me. I still use Zod. Because the performance characteristics of it don't matter until they do. I understand. Keep in mind that some of the arguments against Zod are their runtime performance characteristics, and I just don't give a shit. It's fast enough that it's not my bottleneck. And I get it. Hunar, what I'm getting at is Colin here is the main dude behind standard schema, and he's the creator of Zod. So maybe you misunderstood what I was getting at when I was talking about Colin. I'm a fan. He's a good dude. We've hung out plenty of times. If you got that, you wouldn't have made the comment. So just take it easy there, Hunar. Like, I can read between the lines. Don't treat me like I'm stupid. I get it. Most streamers can't read between the lines. I can. All right? These eyes are glassy? They're not. Just because I got booze in me doesn't mean I don't understand. Like, Hunar, you're actually making a huge mistake because I don't have to listen to what you say. I don't care if you watch the stream. You can be cool and we can chat, or you can be, like, derisive. That's a very clear dichotomy right there. Do you want to be a jerk or do you want to chat? I can sip whiskey and still have these conversations. The fact that you are disregarding my comments because I'm sipping whiskey, yeah, we're not going to get along. So you can fix that behavior or you can fuck off. I don't care about that statement. That statement doesn't matter. Are you willing to chat to the person regardless of the glassiness of their eyes, which is a bullshitty statement? Like, come on, man. I'm not saying pull back. You can keep chatting, but don't be a fucking dick about it. You recognize that your comments were kind of dickish, right? Just be cool. So far, some of your comments were not that cool. Do you think the comment you just made about them eyes glassy is a thing that you could say to someone and they want to continue to talk to you? Normally, when someone calls you out for that kind of behavior, you just say sorry. If you're too good to say sorry, like, way too cool, we're not going to get along. I appreciate that. Thank you. I will recognize that my harshness may seem over the top. I deal with too many trolls on too many streams. I call that shit out every chance I get. So I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so the type safety issue we get with value here. I really think that's just some like type safety issue that is not accurate. This issue and like all of those are actually accurate because what even would be the tertiary key in DynamoDB for API keys? When we're fetching an API key, we only care about the business ID and how to sort it. I don't think we even have a tertiary key. I just don't think we do. All right, so that part right there, though. Yeah, that's just the TSBS right there. So hold on. I wonder if this is actually just a flaw in... the word value maybe being like protected. Oh. Yes, Architect as the backend framework splits every endpoint into its own Lambda. There are people that would push back on that, but they may not recognize that every Lambda has a concurrency limit that can get a bit tricky. If we were to put the entire API within a single Lambda, we'd have a problem. They all have their own cold starts. Yeah, I totally agree with that. There are things we can do to optimize for cold starts using just raw.js. We can minimize cold starts in like a major way. To pre-warm a single Lambda for all of these other Lambdas, right? Yes, that would be costly. I believe Amazon is solving the cold start problem in a way that I don't have to think about it because they have a vested interest in doing so. And eventually, I could just use something like Waltr. Maybe 2 Fs. That's it. I could just use Waltr. Compile to WASM and call it good. Boom, problem solved. Are we there yet? No. Are they there yet? No. But we know the creator of this just from Twitch chat. That's NewDuck. Right? Zert, do you remember NewDuck? They're here all the time, man. They're super fucking cool. They're going to be coming to town here sometime in the next month, and yeah, we're going to go hang out. I got to meet them in person at GitHub Universe, right? Dude, what they're doing with WebAssembly and JavaScript compiled to WebAssembly is the fucking future. Hunar, no, I get that. I appreciate the apology. That is really cool of you. You already did say sorry, though. And I took that sorry as sincere. So I think we're good, but thank you for the follow-up. I appreciate that. No, like, I really do appreciate that, Hunar. That's really cool of you. I also need to apologize myself for being harsher than I could have been. I'm kind of a jerk. That's just me. That's just me. I don't play a character here on stream. I couldn't stream as many hours as I do if I was playing a character. So at that point, yes, I am sometimes a jerk. In times where I shouldn't be a jerk, but damn it, you know? Ugh. That's just me. But Hunar, I really do appreciate you over on the YouTube. Other people don't see this. They don't know who I'm talking to here on Twitch, where I got 50 people watching. Over on YouTube, it's 8. So I get it. I got a community on Twitch. I'm trying to build one on YouTube, but yes, I am somewhat a jerk sometimes. It doesn't always like transfer between mediums that I'm a conscientious person, regardless of being a jerk. I feel bad about being a jerk sometimes. Not all the time. Come on. Sometimes people need to be having someone be a jerk to them. I'm not saying you needed that, Hunar, because you seem also conscientious. But just being honest here. I can't be fake nice all the time. I just got to be like real nice when I feel like being nice. Because fake nice would make it to where like, man, do I even want to stream today? If I got to be fake again? Ugh. Ugh. I look forward to streaming every day because I can just be myself. For better or for worse. I feel like I've seen too many streamers that are fake nice that actually like have to convince themselves to click go live every day. Whatever days they go live. That ain't me, man. I'd rather be a public jerk that's still in public than nice in public and a jerk privately. Which, I mean, everyone has jerk moments. If you're not willing to show those jerk moments in public, you're not going to last as a streamer. That's really just all there is to it. %80 of streamers fall off by the 3rd year. I've been at it 6+ now. Only way I can do it is being myself. I can't play a character while I do it. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. Authenticity. I get it. You can be authentic without being a jerk. And I try to do that. I try to do that. Just keep in mind, you know. I try to not be a jerk. But sometimes people just... they don't get it. Unless you're a jerk. If you reprimand some people with a smile, they don't actually realize they're being reprimanded. And yeah, Sergeant Pepper, I get it. Some people are just button pushers. But at the end of the day, not everyone wants to be banned for pushing a button. Some people just want to find where the line is. Some people just want to find the line. And I try and let those people know where the line is as soon as possible. For my own sake. It's a selfish thing, but I think they benefit too. Some people just need to be told where the line is. Because if they don't get told that, they'll keep pushing the line, you know? And again, it all boils down to having a stream I want to come back to. I'm cultivating an audience that I like chatting with. I'm not looking for yes men. Shit, Bob, right? Four Wheel, bunch of people out there in chat will push back on me when I'm fucking wrong. And I'm okay with the people I like telling me when I'm wrong. I love that shit. That's actually the best. Sergeant Pepper. Like, all of y'all. Anyone who has been here telling me I'm wrong and you're still around, like, obviously, you get it. You just weren't a dick about it when you said so. And that's important. I really value that because I'm not looking for a set of yes men, okay? Jesus, like, dude, I would hate to be surrounded by yes men. Or women. Yes people. Let me put it that way. For people to respectfully tell me when I'm wrong is something I really value. It's the whole respectful thing. And yes, when I have too much whiskey in me, I have a harder time discerning those two things. And that's my fault. I think we're good right now. I think we're chilling. I think we're set. But yes, sometimes I overdo it and I fuck up. Professor Chud, that has never happened. So major side-eye at the moment there, Professor Chud, because I don't think you're getting it. But not ban-worthy yet. I have in the past. I don't have one right now to ask, but I'm not sure what that has to do with this. If they say yes to giving a back rub, then I'm all for it. Yeah, give me a back rub. Oh, that sounds amazing. No, I don't want a girlfriend that's a yes person. No, fuck that. If they don't want to give a back rub, I don't want them secretly resenting me for giving me the back rub. No, Professor Chud, you're totally misunderstanding. Nobody should be saying yes for the sake of saying yes. That actually means, like, doubly so for significant others. Love is mutual admiration and respect. At the bare minimum. And then physical attraction on top of that. Any definition of love that doesn't involve the mutual benefit, that ain't love. That's infatuation. You can love someone and refuse to give them a back rub. No, infatuation is when you give the back rub because you're worried that you're not going to get any respect back. Doesn't matter how rich they are, how poor they are. The back rub is given because you fear retaliation. Or some other weird repercussion. That's infatuation. Love is giving the back rub because you don't want to necessarily do it, but you want to help them out, knowing that it will be reciprocated eventually. The billionaire doesn't reciprocate. If you're giving a back rub for monetary reasons, yeah, no, you're just a masseuse. Or a whore, at worst. I don't know. Professor Chud, like, dude, your commentary and your comments fucking suck, dude. Why is this a conversation we're still having? Like, I don't know, man. Kind of trolly. You know that, right? I am actually judging you based upon the fact that you created an account on July 10th and you followed on July 22nd. There's something somewhat trolly about that. And your subject change is somewhat trolly. I don't know, Professor Chud, I'm keen to just start ignoring you at this point. And in most cases, when I have that instinct, people just get banned. Are you saying you welcome the ban because you don't have any positive intentions towards stream? Because I don't know, man. It's fucking weird at this point. And I don't enjoy your comments. Now I need to look at what else the fuck you've said. Yeah, like, I don't want to deal with people I have to ignore. I'll just ban you. Like, are you not able to chat in a way that's worth being chatted to? Well, yeah, you can lose chat privileges. It's actually really easy. That's the easiest thing I could do right now. That's fine. That doesn't change the fact that I don't think I want to talk to you anymore. If you want to continue being able to chat in this channel, be fucking cool, dude. So far, you're not being that cool. Normally, when someone calls you out for a thing, you apologize. The fact that I had to tell you how a human being deals with that, I don't think I want to talk to you anymore. So, yeah, no. That's it. You had enough time. You had enough chance. for not being fun to talk to. You don't need chat privileges. Goodbye. You can still watch stream, right? I believe as a banned user, you can just watch stream without an account if you actually enjoy stream. I think you're just trolling. I think you're also lying about having a wife. But whatever, that part doesn't matter. Whether that's true or not, it's not an argument I care to have. You're just not someone fun to talk to. Nah, we get way worse trolls than that. Like, come on. If they actually want to chat and come back, they can understand the vibe I'm looking for from a viewer, but that's up to them. We just don't have to deal with it. We can get back to code. We can just rant about other shit, too. I don't mind the ranting. I don't mind the productivity of stream. But shit, dude. That person just sucked to talk to. And also the fact that they followed this stream a week after creating their account sounds kind of like a troll. Which is why I doubt the wife thing. There are heuristics to judge an account by. How new is the account? How long after creating the account did they follow? Those are like the two big ones. If they throw away the follow based upon calling them out, well, then it becomes really obvious. Donkeyfish. Your account's from 2014. You've been following since 2020. And you've even subbed. The sub, less important. I don't judge people by the sub. The follow is the important bit. And you've been here long enough. You've seen me be a jerk. I get it. I don't think that was one of those moments, though. I really don't think so. Anyway, so we have the record created. Oh, damn right. Do people not take me seriously when I say I'm a jerk? I feel like I warn people about this way more often than they deserve. I don't put up with the bullshit. It's the only reason I'm still streaming. And the majority of streamers in this category fall off within 2 years. Think about it. Name your favorite streamers from the past 2 years in this category. Do they still stream? Real quick, I'll let you brainstorm on that while I go pee. BRB. All right, so Ida Valen. I wasn't trying to call you out by name, but right, like, why don't you stream still? I would be curious about your reasons. A streamer you used to watch a lot fell off and pissed off his audience. I know who you're talking about. Strager? Strager? No, I get it, John. What? Like, it's not like he streams anymore. It doesn't even matter. He who will not be named here. Geohot? Benawan? Vape Juice Jordan? Oh, no, hold on. Jianhua. Oh, hold up. Star Ansible? Strager's great at coding. Yeah, come on. Nah, totally. He just kind of sucks as a person. Jianhua, you don't have to say their name here in chat. I would love to know who it is in private chat. Again, That is confidential. I will not disclose it. But I am really curious if it's not one of the people I named. If it is one of the people I named, well, yeah, you're good. It's fine. No big deal. But yeah, what up, Bucky? How you doing? I've seen so many fucking streamers come and go. The biggest reason I think is they thought they'd be bigger than they are. Or than they were. The second reason is they cultivate an audience that they actually don't like. That's the Benawad problem. Right? Benawad cultivated a super fucking toxic audience. Like, super toxic. Like, as toxic as the rhetoric that his YouTube videos prescribe, but he's not actually that toxic as a person. I think Benawad, like, as a person is actually, like, probably really reasonable. But he cultivated, like, the worst fucking audience. I'd actually be, like, I'd totally have a drink and a beer with Benawad. I bet we'd hang out and we'd be chill, man. I bet it'd be totally fine. But man, his audience fucking sucked. Like, dude, just the worst, like, framework bashing trolls you've ever seen. I think Star Ansible, same problem. He was like a safe haven for all of my worst trolls somehow. And they made hating me like a thing. Rather than liking the stream that they were in, right? Like, some of their hatred of me actually boiled over into the fact that, like, they just found a place they could congregate. Like, it's so fucking weird, dude. Super fucking weird. When I actually think, yeah, Star Ansible, he and I could actually get along, maybe. Not entirely, like, because we have different viewpoints. But holy shit, like, we had a mod be a little harsher to them than they should have been. A mod that we don't even see anymore, who's not even here, who totally ghosted me when I said I was going to New York and they never showed up. And we haven't seen them since, which is fucking weird. Dude, Star Ansible has judged me entirely because of a mod that spoke up on my behalf. That's a little weird, too. But yeah, man, like, there's just a thing with streaming in general. You can't let the crazy people rule the roost. And yes, I'm saying this as if we're here in our own insane asylum. You can't let the crazy fucking chatters and viewers dictate the rules of the asylum. All right? You also can't be the fucking dictator of the rules of the asylum. It does have to be worked out. It does have to be a thing that we find together. But holy shit, man, like, if you let chat dictate the vibe of your stream, you've already lost. And I think so many streamers make that mistake because they just want to get views, right? Viewers is like the #1 goal. No, fuck that. Quality viewers is the #1 goal. Otherwise, you burn out before you can even possibly hit Primogen numbers. You know how Primogen gets those numbers? YouTube. He doesn't get those numbers from just being cool on Twitch chat. No, he brings other people in from another fucking platform. Because there's a fucking ceiling here in software and game dev on Twitch. Your discoverability and the amount of like audience you can pull from that has a ceiling. If you don't bring people in from other mediums, you're fucked. That's all there is to it. It's just that easy. Now, granted, I do think politics play a little bit of a thing. The amount of incels here on Twitch will skew your numbers higher if you lean a little bit towards incel. And I think I lean as far away from incel as I possibly fucking can, because those people fucking suck. Like, I'm pretty fucking left wing. So I fucking filter those people out real quick. Twitch skews towards the incel crowd. We know that, right? I think we all know that. There are some streamers where even if they're not incels, should probably recognize that the majority of their audience is incels. Prime, Tej, you know that, right? So yeah, just saying, whatever. I hope they know that. I think they know that. They don't actively speak out against it, which means they're complicit, right? Is it their fault though? No, they just want to be famous. That's fine. I think that's understandable. I think we all want to be famous, myself included. I just don't want to compromise who I am to do so. Fuck me, right? Anyway, let's get more music going. And let's figure out why the fuck is this bug happening? Hold on. Did I call it value and not key value in just one place? Oh my God. I'm just realizing that's totally my bug, right? Shit. No. God damn it. It's key value here too. Shit. So that's not the bug. What the fuck is this bug, man? How is that a bug? And yeah, no, I rant. I do my thing. If you guys just don't like me because I rant, I get it. Every streamer rants, though. So if you think these rants are over the line, but some of the ones Prime does aren't, you're showing your bias. Just saying. If you think Prime doesn't have rants like this, oh, shit. Come on, you sweet summer child. You just weren't paying attention. every single Christian values rant he's ever done. Anti-react is not actually political in the way that we would call it. Can we recognize that he absolutely does Christian rants? And anti-Christian rants? He does. If you're not aware, you're just not listening. He dog whistles more than most people. For sure. I don't know if he even intends to do so, but he dog whistles a lot. Just actually start listening. I'm not trying to convince you. Just listen. Listen to his own content. You'll hear the dog whistles if you're actually listening for him. And I don't even think he does it intentionally. I think the bullshit content he consumes causes it. Can we just point out one of the biggest fallouts between like him and Vape Juice Jordan is Vape Juice Jordan was like, I was just really sick of listening to Jordan Peterson in the same fucking cubicle every fucking day. That shit's real, okay? You can only listen to Jordan Peterson so much before you go insane. Is basically Vape Juice Jordan's take on that entire situation. I like Prime as a person if I could ignore his politics. Man, he makes it really hard to do so sometimes. I like him as a person. I could have a beer, I could have a drink with Prime any day of the week, and we could chill, we could chat, we could understand each other. But shit, man, some of the stuff he believes fucking sucks. And it just sucks when that stuff bubbles up into his content. And I know there's some troll clipping me for this right now. I would say this stuff to Prime's face. He knows that about me. I'd be willing to bet that's why he hasn't raided in over a year. No, really the reason he hasn't raided is because he doesn't get value from it. He knows the algorithm. You raid someone and your viewers stick around long enough, you get promoted in a very specific way. Approaching rating someone as simply what you get out of it is actually really fucking gross. Right? And yeah, if I'm being honest, no, the reason he doesn't raid is because rants like this. I get it. No, it's fine. It's okay. I would just simply question why he's so cool in person to chat with. If we're not cool, just don't be cool. So I don't think these things are actually tied together. I do question the dichotomy there. But that said, like, I don't want to guilt a fucking raid. Like, nah, man. I don't want a guilt raid. Anyway, I think we can just consider this error as fuck it, whatever. VS Code just doesn't know. Like, here's the thing. Can I just build? Okay, hold on. No, we do get an error. Dude, something is way off about this. For some reason, the rebuild of the TSBS repo didn't cause anything. And instead, I had to, like, do that manually. So, yeah, we got a flaw in the TSBS, like, watcher. Whatever. We're done. We're past it. It's fine. Oh, hold on. I'm seeing a lurk on a thing. Oh, yeah, no. I see a comment. Yeah. No. I appreciate that. Jianhua, dude. Without saying the person, I've had a major issue with that person for fucking ages. Dude, that person sucks. God, that person sucks. And I don't want to dox it any further, but oh my God. Shit. All right. Any other thing I would say is doxing it. So I don't want to dox what you're saying, Jianhua. But no. Dude, that person fucking sucks. Like, dude, they're fucking the worst. Oh, they're such an asshole. This is not Prime. It's not Strager. It's not like any of the people that you would think. Dude, that person fucking sucks. Oh, they suck so much. Oh, man. I don't hate very many people. I think I might hate them. I think I might hate them. I don't like hating people. Hate eats you up inside. Some people deserve it, man. Some people just really deserve it. All right, so let's look at the create endpoint. We're at 7:53 p.m. All right. The chicken I'm thawing is thawed. I should make dinner here soon. I believe, hold on, permissions read. No, that is just straight up permissions. All right, so I think we're actually at a really good point. We can save what we've done. Ah, shit, hold on. No, I don't care about... No, that S was not intentional. Come on, jerk. All right, so yeah, this create endpoint, the delete, get all, and update. Those sound like a Tuesday problem. For you, that was the day that this code needed to be created and merged. For me, that was a Tuesday. Yes, I'm referencing the movie Street Fighter. And yes, that quote is definitely somewhat problematic. But yeah, like, we got 3 more endpoints for the backend to make. We can hammer them out tomorrow. Like, we can knock that shit out. Because we'll start off not ranting. The rants, they're at least half of the part of the stream that I really enjoy. I also like getting shit done, but the getting shit done part is only half of stream. So I get that. Like, come on, take it easy. If I were to start at 9 a.m., I'd get way more shit done on stream before I allow myself to have a whiskey. And there would be less rants. But come on, man. The rants are half the fun. Getting shit done? Ugh. Boring. I'm kidding. No, I like to get shit done. That's actually my main goal. We got 3 endpoints to make. And then the front end for it, I think, personally, we can have API key management done by the end of day Thursday. Wednesday, we take a day off and I do like work, and then game with James and Worm, like Baldur's Gate 3 stuff. So that's like an entire day off, basically. And then Thursday, we come back and like finish up a bunch of the logic we got. Like, honestly, tomorrow, we hack out all of these endpoints. The create, which I think we have done, we'll find out when we actually try to implement it. right? End to end. Delete, get all, and update. I think we got them. I think we really got them. So yeah, 3 endpoints and then a front end forum. End of Thursday and we're done, right? Tomorrow we might actually be really close and then we just like figure out the bugs. But yeah, so instead, who do we go raid? Who's even streaming right now? Who is even streaming right now? I click the button. Danny Sem, killing it as always. Like, come on. Midnight Simon, year end. Productive time. It's Oik. Ooh, we haven't rated Oik in ages. They're doing game dev right now. I would definitely prefer to raid someone doing software dev. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I see Altman with 1 viewer. I see Tuto. Let's go raid Tuto. Tuto has, like, their face cam. Eltman, if you're out there, like, dude, just add a face cam. You're top of the list. All right, we're going to go raid Tuto. They're doing some Twitch API integration with Livewire. Livewire, that's Laravel stuff, right? Live View is Elixir, and then what's the Ruby on Rails version? Anyone remember the name? You know, it's fine. We're at 8 p.m. We are late enough into stream. Don't read into it. My rants. Yeah, who's this asshole? Oh, that asshole is me. So, whatever. Recognize that no other streamer is as unrepentant of a jerk as I am. So, yeah, go check them out. Like, they gotta be better than me, right? Now, they're doing Laravel stuff. They're doing some, like, really cool, like, you know, coding and all that. I feel like their text could be a little bigger, but that's on them. Ruby on Rails is Hotwire. Oh, defect. Yes, totally right. Good call. Yeah. Hotwire, Livewire, Live View, like all these bullshit things, like really mix it up and fuck it up keyword wise, you know. But keep in mind, they all try to do the same thing, so tomato, tomato at this point. I'll be over on Gaming Stream. Y'all can catch me there. I'm going to cook some chicken and then probably play some Kingdom Come Deliverance. Damn right. So, see y'all over there. Cheers. And the rest of y'all, I'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah, for sure. YouTube, Twitch, same thing. timing wise later.